Let's see who comes in. See who comes in. Apparently, what I hear on the internet right now is that I'm an angry old man. I don't like nobody. That hasn't actually been said, but kind of sounds like what they're saying. So I was going to come here for an hour or so. See what you guys think. Because you're my people. You're my people. Look, make sure it's Necro. Yeah, you're authenticated. What's up, Necro?
What's up, dude?
Oh, I just learned how to like last night. I just learned how to click on the three little dots because nobody told me that shit.
Oh,
To
you
see
mean the
exactly,
burger menu?
no, the little three dots. Like when you show up backstage, you click three little dots, and it shows your name and your authentication of
Oh,
YouTube.
yeah, yeah.
Nobody told me that. While you and Bobby
Okay.
were talking all this
Yeah,
shit,
it just showed me because I'm logged in. Some people that are not logged in, you will not see nothing. So you see what I'm saying? You see my
but
information because I'm logged in. So when I'm gonna go on the panel, yeah, you'll see that.
if they're logged into YouTube, I'll see their shit. I didn't know that.
Yeah, yeah. Like Dino
See,
when comes, you will see saying like it is.
had I known that 4 or 5 days ago, maybe I wouldn't have had all this fucking problem that I had.
Yeah. It's, it's all good. What's going on, bro? Where's your people?
I don't know. They're probably sleeping. I was getting irritated because yeah, I was getting irritated.
Because of what?
Well, people were talking about me, and I ain't done nothing to nobody. So I hear like fucking like I don't know. I'm catching bits and pieces of shit, so I don't know really what's going on.
Mm.
But the other side of the fence was supposed to be falling apart. Uh,
Which
but yet, all I see is us arguing right now. I don't know. I'm like, are we falling apart? I mean, what really is going on? What's up, Dad Dash? Yeah, we were right in the middle of doing something, and the shit just fucking killed itself. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, I'm watching the
you're
other side
back
of the
now.
fence. All right, brother. Yeah, Dash. I don't know what happened. It was like you just up and disappeared. I'm like, fuck this. I'm gonna address something tonight because something's not going right somewhere. I'm catching bits and pieces of like people talking and videos and this, that, and the other, and I'm just like, okay, I'm out working. I ain't got time to deal with all this. You lost everything, really? Damn, that sucks. I don't know exactly what you lost, but I'm sure you have backups. It's not all lost. I'm just saying because I'm fucking lit. Yeah, like I said, I'm catching bits and pieces of Necros, bits and pieces of the lounge, or over Dad Dash talking to him. I'm catching bits and pieces of this, that, and the other, and I don't really know what's going on.
Okay.
But I want to know what's going on because it's like people keep telling me people are talking shit about me. But yet,
Who's
I've
talking
got
shit, bro?
apparently JTB is, I don't know, or DoorDash Police, aka Brian or whatever fucking name is, or goddamn, what the fuck his goddamn name is, DoorDash sucks.
The police is after you.
Apparently, he's talking shit about me. I don't know. I got to go watch a video, but when I looked up DoorDash Police, he don't even come up on YouTube, so I can't go see what he said about me. So me and Dad Dash was apparently watching a video. Apparently, um, DoorDash Police so irrelevant that Jeff Thomas Black had to play the video, and we were right in the middle of watching it. Apparently, Dad Dash's shit crashed. So
It's funny how they attacking just DoorDash because all the apps are pretty much the same.
yeah, everything works the same fucking way. I mean,
I mean, every app is a fucking scumbag. So that's the
yeah, I
thing,
mean,
man. Uber Eats
I
is the
woke up.
same shit. GrabHub is the same shit, but they go after DoorDash only. I don't get it.
It's like I woke up today. I woke up mad. I was mad for a reason, but anyway, whatever. Me and my wife argued all day today while we were working. We didn't even really work. We just went and ate, didn't really talk to each other. Come home. I fed dogs, make sure everybody had water, fed the guinea pigs, whatever. I said, I'm going to work. Bye. I went out. We're about 4.5 hours in a market that ain't even mine. I don't work this market. I live in this market, but I don't work this market. We're like 4.5 hours, $130 for 4.5 hours. Just pushing. It was all on DoorDash, dude. It was all on DoorDash.
Yeah, I think I got out. I got out late today, like 7 in the afternoon. I think
It
I
was
made
all
like
Papa
one.
John's. Yeah, it was all Papa John's too. I was all going through Papa John's. Dad Dash. Put the YouTube channel on.
You got feedback. You got feedback.
Dad Dash. Put the YouTube channel on mute. He ain't listening, so he gone. When he learns how to play on mute, he'll come back. I ain't gonna say shit, dude. Yeah, I made all that on DoorDash, and 90. I learned some things around this market. Like I ain't really used this market.
Yeah, Dash. I didn't see his video. Whatever you said. Go to Jeff Thomas Black. He had Streamer Cat stuff. Yeah, I didn't watch.
But yeah. So I don't really work in the market that I live in. I like drive 20 minutes, to where I used to live. And that's usually at work. But I come home, I was like, you know what? I need to go out and make some money. Let's go make some money. Whatever. And 99% of the money I made was on DoorDash tonight. And I was like, it was Papa John's. And then at a certain time, this Papa John's actually has a drive-through window. So at a certain time, they lock doors, and you just drive through, like it's a Taco Bell or a fucking McDonald's or whatever. You just drive through, pick up the pizzas, and go. I made like $130 in like 3.5 hours. I was like, fuck yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you all hear me?
Did you close your Yeah, did
Yeah.
you close your tabs?
Yeah, I closed my tabs. Yep.
How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. Sorry about earlier. But no, Necro, the reason why the focus is on DoorDash, man, is because DoorDash is the only app that Jeff Thomas Black worked. So his vendetta is against DoorDash.
Nice.
So that's why he's leading the way. And then, of course, his people, these guys who he's not leading, but they're following him, they're leading his way because he's telling them that DoorDash is the evil god of evil. And it's their app that is the one that's doing all the bad stuff. But Grubhub, Uber Eats, he doesn't worry about any of those.
That's
But
why
that's
I
why.
said, like, they are all the same. All the apps are the same
Correct.
principle.
Well, it's just like when he tries to say, he gives the argument about why rideshare is okay versus food delivery, which makes no sense at all. And he says, well,
No,
food
it's
delivery,
the same shit.
he says, rideshare is replacing taxi cabs, while food delivery never existed before. When it has, I mean, it's always existed. It's just never been able to operate consistently like it has with the introduction of computers and AI software to help it out. So it's, it's just that he struggled with DoorDash,
I know.
doesn't like it. So now DoorDash is his enemy.
What's up, JK? What's up, Josiah? How y'all doing? Good to see you guys. JK's like, fuck. I can't get away from Dad Dash or the fucking Hawaii guy, no matter where I go. JK's like, no matter where I go, I can't get away from these motherfuckers. They're fucking everywhere.
Yeah,
He's like,
man.
if
I
I go
mean,
to
do you think he's wrong in a lot of ways about when he's speaking about fucking DoorDash and those fucking app slavery?
Well, here's the thing, Necro. He's using. No, of course not. I mean, he knows, like, a lot of what he says is correct. I mean, that's why I've never said that he doesn't bring valid information. It's just he takes a pivot to the far right, because basically what he says is he brings you information and tells you what the apps are doing, that AI exists, that it's controlling what you're doing. But the reality is, all the apps are trying to do is get you to deliver as many orders as you can at as cheap a price as possible, so they get to keep as much of the pay as possible. That's it. Now he then takes it and says, well, why are they doing that? So it's either they're doing that just simply to make money, which is really what they're doing, or he says, okay, well, I'm going to tie in this whole thing that says, listen, they're trying to enslave humanity, they're trying to take over the world, and they're looking at the investors, which if you look at the people, the companies that they're saying are invested in DoorDash, they're invested in every major company in the world. So, I mean, I get, like I said, the viewpoints of these individuals that he's found are the ones that believe the world is being enslaved and taken over, and all of that. And while maybe that's true, but he doesn't have any evidence anymore. Like, he claims he has all this evidence, he claims things are fact when he has no facts or evidence besides,
Right.
the DoorDash. What is it? You go to YouTube and you can see the DoorDash engineering team, and he's got the publicly available stuff, which these are facts that things exist, but there's no facts as to why they exist. And he then takes facts and attaches his opinion to them, and then claims that because he can prove certain things work certain ways, well, that then means that all this other stuff is true. It's just like the craziness. Like, I mean, really, Necro, you have to look at it and say, he says Dad Dash is a PSYOP agent of DoorDash. Okay. You can't possibly believe that. I know I'm not. So if I'm not a PSYOP agent, then everything he says is bullshit. And he's now, so since I know I'm not, and I know what I am, and I know I'm just a regular dude that's just out here delivering DoorDash and delivering food, then everything he's saying, I know is then full of crap, because it's like, if that's your basis, is and if you will listen to the DoorDash police's video, he's like, this Dad Dash guy is a terrible guy, and he's out here leading a global conspiracy against the world. And it's like, are you serious? Like, what? Like, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. But that's also what he's alleging Pedro is. That's also what he's alleging. He's claiming the glitch is all. I mean, it's fantastical stuff. That's just out there in left field. And especially when you hear others being accused, when you're not the one being accused of all this craziness, you're like, oh, okay, what evidence does he have? Does he know something? So it's easy for people to look at it like that. But then when you're the one and you're sitting here and you're like, what? Are you kidding me? Like,
Listen, bro, I think he told me why he's going after you, because you and your wife told him that he is crazy.
well, right, that's right.
Because
That's right.
your wife is like a shrink or whatever, so.
No, she's not. She's not, though. That's not what I said. She's a nurse, okay? She's a nurse. She's a nurse who works in the emergency room but she deals with the mental health people. So she wasn't expressing any type of professional opinion. She was just expressing it.
That's why he's mad on you, because of that.
Right, he's mad because I said she expressed to me that she thought he was seeming manic and a little bit out there and crazy, which he does. I don't think you have to have
if you're gonna show her any of us, she's gonna tell us we all have mental illness. Yeah. Well,
no.
But that's not the point. Like, nobody should point those fingers, like making, saying that other people is crazy and saying shit like that. I don't know. Because we don't know a lot of stuff about them. We don't know a lot of shit. We just know whatever they're saying, right? So we don't know their life or what actually happened in their life.
Right. But Necro, you do know when that statement was made, right?
Yeah.
No. Do you know when that statement was made that he's talking about? You probably
in my life today. Yeah.
No. I'm talking about when I said that he is crazy. Do you know when that was made?
I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know.
No, that was made the night that I was on Flex's Live after Torp had made his video where he called me crazy and was upset with me about Eli. And I was on there talking about that. And Jeff Thomas Black started saying that I was a PSYOP of DoorDash. And I said, and of course, I was telling my wife what she was saying. She, what he was saying, laughing about it. And it was said on the live with Flex. I said, he's crazy. So it was not made as some serious remark about his mental health. Okay. It was said in response because he was on Glitch Dash's live saying Dad Dash is a PSYOP. Dad Dash is an agent of DoorDash. I'm on the run because of Dad Dash. And I was saying, this dude's crazy. And that was when my wife said, he sounds like he's manic. And I said, yeah, he sounds like he's manic. So I think he's in some sort of manic state. That's when all those statements were made. And that upset him that night, I guess, because then I started talking about his book, and I said he's got this book that he claims to be writing, which is true. He said he had the book done over a year ago.
He said he sold some books, and he donated the money from the book. So
where did he sell books at? He never sold any books.
He said he sold those books and donated the money, like right when he came on the phones sometimes.
Necro. He also said, I don't know if you saw the article that I had passed on the Flex earlier this evening. Okay. He also claimed, this was back in 2018 when he was in jail for 20 days, that he wrote a 400-page manuscript. Apparently this was in a news article, and he was in the some Vancouver news picked him up and said that he was telling them he had a 400, that he had that he was a civil rights activist, that he was basically fighting for the families that were victims of police violence, and that as part of that, he had gone down and taken a picture of a politician who had allegedly had a relationship with an underage girl, and that in an attempt to bring attention to police violence that was going on, I guess, in Portland at the time with Black Lives Matters and everything, that he had taken that picture off, got himself arrested, live streamed it so that they knew he did it. Then he was saying that he went into the jail, wrote a 400-page manuscript while he was in solitary confinement, while he was a witness to, guess what? Slavery at the jail. That's what he said. And then the book, when he was about to publish it, he was on vacation in Canada, decided to sleep outside of a hotel on a couch that they provided him. And lo and behold, guess what? He was going to publish this book that was all about all the atrocities he witnessed in jail, the slavery within the jail, police brutality, and somebody stole his bag that had the book in it. And guess what? Book never came out.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Okay. And that's in a news article, man. That's in a news article. Google Jeff Thomas Black. Now, look what happens. A couple years later, he surfaces here, writing a book about the gig economy. He is approaching GigTubers. I guarantee if you talk to Pedro, Rideshare Radio, same pitch I probably heard, many, many, many others heard. Hey, I have a book, it's written. I want you to help me sell this book. I'm going to give you a link, and then didn't hear from him for a little while. And the next thing you know, well, I'm going to be releasing it one chapter at a time on Substack. He released 4 chapters. And then now the book is just, well, where's the book coming? Well, now it's coming in December. So we'll see if he gets this book out in December. That's what they're all saying now. Supposedly he's got a binding and publishing deal, and it's coming out. So we'll see if it comes out. So my point is, I mean, come on, like, you can't make this stuff up. Here he is in another section of the world. The very thing he's brought in now and said, look, I'm a civil rights activist. Check me out. I went to jail. And then you look at what apparently he caused a lot of problems for Portland. I mean, he was inserting himself there, jumping in the civil. They couldn't get rid of him. And now here he is in the gig community, insert himself. And in a sense, I almost feel like he's trying to figure out a way to get himself arrested. I mean, doing some of the stuff he's done that skirts the ends of the law in that regard. So it's like, wow, he's doing the same exact thing here. It's a pattern of behavior. And he's mad at me because I'm pointing it out. And apparently, mental health related stuff is a big trigger for him. So that really pissed him off and made him decide to try to come at me.
I mean, he got triggered with the F word too. So.
Oh, when was that? You mean today?
No, he was triggered on Flex with the F word.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, but you got to think about that, Necro. He's triggered by that, right? But he's colluding with a guy who's used the F word, who's taken advantage of or been accused of. We don't know if he did, but been accused of taking advantage of people, like special needs people and stuff like that. But most importantly, verifiably, you can see the videos for yourself that Eli used those words, and he's going to get upset with about hate speech on Flex. Come on, like you can just see the guy is just a walking, talking contradiction. And then if you get him on, you can't pin him in. He just talks in circles, and he can talk a good game. He can talk to you about app slavery and this and that, and then he tells you he's just an author. I don't care about the book. But he spends 12 hours a day watching gig tubers for the book, but he doesn't care about it. I mean, come on. That makes no sense. Like, you know, and right now he's got, like I said, he's got people around him that are feeding off of him, and he's feeding off of them, and they're feeding off of him, and he's just comes on the live, do your live today, and he's putting videos out. He found my slot channel, you know, and of course, like I said, it's interesting how he tries to tie that on there and say, oh, because you have a slot channel, okay. Oh, Dad Dash is teaching people how to lose money. No, doofus. I was actually showing, and the whole purpose of the slot channel, if you look at it and you go back and watch it, if you take the time to do it, I was showing an authentic view of what slot playing is like, as far as it was meant to go in and show you, hey, am I winning? Am I losing? And you can see right at the end of each trip, each casino visit, it was meant there were some wins, there were some losses. I was trying to, you know, show a different perspective, and much like I'm doing with the gig tube perspective, where it's like I'm showing you everything. But like I said, he somehow thinks that is some big thing that he found, which it's not. I mean, I'm like, it's right up there on YouTube. If I wanted to hide that, I would have hit it. I talked to people about it. I mean, I talked to Red about it on Flex's Live before. I've told people about the slot channel. It's something that now has slowed down because a lot of casinos won't let you film anymore. So, you know, so you don't have as much content that you can produce for it.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just kind of become more like a hobby deal. So if when we go, or if we have content or I get a bonus, I post it up on there. But, you know, it's just, yeah.
Man, it's just a lot. Ridiculous. Those guys created a lot of waves, you know, a lot of panic, a lot of fucking drama, like, for no reason, man. Like, this shit is not gonna do anything. Okay, I get it. You wanna get monetized on YouTube out of this? Yeah. That's all you're gonna get, bro. I mean,
well,
those companies are not going nowhere because there are people out there that are gonna work those apps at the very low minimum, you know.
And they feed the apps themselves. If you think like Necro, exactly what you just said, those apps are not built upon you and I working 40 hours.
All the time.
Yeah. They're built upon the guy.
When you're talking about DoorDash and money all the time, yeah, you're making exactly what DoorDash company wants you. You make free advertising for them like all this fucking time. DoorDash.
Yep. 100%.
And they don't understand it. They say, "Oh, I'm trashing DoorDash," but nah, yeah, but nah.
Hey guys,
mm-hmm.
What I keep saying at the end of the day, all those channels that are promoting the Glitch Dash and all that, they're going to be irrelevant. Okay? At the end of the day, Tommy's going to still have a channel. Necro's going to have a channel. Dad Dash going to still have a channel. And those guys are going to be irrelevant. Nobody's going to go watch them because they're not going to have no fucking video footage anymore. They have no reason to do hashtag Glitchgate when everybody knows about it. So all they did was fuck their fucking channel at the end of the day.
And that's the thing. They will not provide the next glitch. They will not provide the next good information. Like, okay, let's say they're promoting the glitch, but the glitch could be like forever. I mean, you're gonna promote the same shit. Maybe new glitches are out there and nobody's aware of them. And who's gonna do it?
Mm-hmm.
They don't, like, Glitch Dash got deactivated, so right?
Yes, he did. That's correct.
So how he's gonna find out how other glitches are gonna work if he doesn't have an account? Like,
well, that's the point, Necro. He's not going to, because it was never like, that's the farce of the whole thing. He believes that, he's led everybody to believe that that he's about bringing things down. He's not. Look, the point of it for Jeff Thomas Black. Here's the sad part, right? Jeff Thomas Black doesn't care about them, and he'll say that. Like he'll say that behind their backs. I guarantee it. He doesn't care about them. He doesn't care, and he even said it on your show. Like when you said, "Hey, they're your cohort. They're not my cohorts. I don't hate them." I mean, he's just using them because right now, like I said, his agenda is to try to, in his mind, settle with people that he, DoorDash, number one. I guess I don't know if he really believes he can bring DoorDash down or not. Again, why the heck would you be doing that on YouTube? I mean, you are not going to bring DoorDash down on YouTube. That is a small percentage of the drivers. That's why I've said, if he was really serious, he should be in every state lobbying. I mean, he's a civil rights activist, right? He should be marching, but he says, no, I don't do that. I'm a book writer. You're a book writer? You were a civil rights activist getting around. Oh, I'm retired now. But you're going to sit here screwing around with YouTubers, okay, when you could be, who have a very small footprint, to get them to say what? Hey, I got deactivated from DoorDash using a glitch. There's a global conspiracy. I mean, really, do you think that anybody in the mainstream is going to even take any of this serious? It's farcical.
Well, see, here's the issue that I have is, okay, I am a Christian, I really am. I am been saved, all that good shit. But, for this motherfucker, here's the issue I have, okay? This guy's going to go on live stream and say, let me go read a Bible verse. He's going to walk over and fucking smoke a bomb.
Mm-hmm.
How are you reading a Bible verse fucking smoking a bomb? It's like, to me, that's like blasphemy. Yeah. You're literally fucking blaspheming the Bible. How the fuck you gonna go read it? How you fuck you gonna go read a Bible verse and smoke a bong and come back and talk to your people? To me, that's blasphemy. And I don't deal well with that shit.
Well, Tommy, you got to figure this is also a guy that, remember, he went and exposed. I mean, he was willing to put, even though I put my son's Twitter account up, or not Twitter, Instagram account for his football recruitment up. I mean, why is he doing that? Why is he putting coordinates for what he thinks is the town I live in, which it wasn't. But why is he putting up my name? Why is he attempting to do all these different things? He in the slot video, he's interspersing the names of my children inside the slot video.
First of all, are we talking about the same person that asked?
Yeah, Jeff Thomas Black, right? Or are you talking about Glitch Dash?
I'm talking about Glitch Dash.
Oh, I thought you were talking about, okay. I was going to say, I know he's hit the ball too on there. Sorry.
No, if you watch any of his lives, just go watch 5 minutes of live. He's like, I gotta go read the Bible. He goes over and fucking, you could hear him smoking the bong in the background.
Oh, I hear what you're saying. Yeah. No,
I'm
that's
like,
black.
dude,
You're right. 100%.
I can't fuck with somebody like that, dude.
I thought at first he's joking about how religious he is.
I think he is, though. I think he is.
Yeah, he's not fucking religious. He's like, I gotta go read for the Bible. And he starts smoking the fucking bong. I'm like, dude.
So he's making a joke about it. All right.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, man. See, I'm not religious, but I'm not gonna put the religious people down. You know, whatever.
Well,
Well,
I was born up with Christianity. And when you fucking say, oh, I'm gonna go read a Bible verse, and you never actually say a Bible verse, all you do is hear the fucking bong in the background going, dude, all I do is get mad. That's all I do is get mad.
Don't get mad, Tommy. That's what they wanted. They want you to do, to get mad, bro.
That shit irritates me because I'm like, dude, are you serious?
Well, yeah, Tommy, don't get mad about it, man. I mean, that's what listen, all of this is meant to engage people, okay? What he's wanting is somebody, like, I guarantee you, what he's wanting right now is somebody to go do something stupid or say something stupid. And so that he can destroy a channel, get the law involved, whatever. I mean, or better yet, on him,
dude,
I think.
Dude, we're on my channel, so I don't give a fuck, okay?
All right.
I'm going to tell you, the motherfucker's a piece of shit.
Oh, I agree.
He's fucking going over there saying he's going to do a Bible verse, and you hear the bong in the background. I don't give a fuck. He's a piece of shit, son of a bitch, and he can clip this any way he wants to. I don't give a fuck what he says, okay? The stupid motherfucker needs to learn how to run this goddamn channel and learn what fucking really fucking Christian people are about and quit fucking hollering about how much of a Christian he is and start if you're gonna be a fucking Christian, talk about Christian verses, then fucking make Christian verses. Talk about the book of fucking God. Talk about this. Talk about that. Okay? Don't fucking, dude. Don't fucking say, oh, I'm going to go look at a verse and fucking run a bong. You stupid son of a bitch. No, that's not what you're going to do. Okay? Learn how to fucking learn about. Okay, if you want to run a fucking Christian thing, then do a Christian thing. That's all good and dandy. I have no problem with that. If you want to fucking sit there and smoke pot all day, I don't care about that either. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to sit here and drink my beer all day long when I come home from work. I don't care about that either. But don't fucking put blasphemy on Christianity. Don't fucking sit there and say, oh, I'm going to go read a Bible verse, and in the background you're, or you're smoking a fucking bong. No, dude, that ain't cool. That's not cool to me. I'm not good with that. You know? How you going to read a Bible verse? How you gonna read a Bible verse if you fucking got your fucking lungs fucking sucked up with fucking pot? You stupid son of a bitch. You know, your idea of Christianity is different from my idea, but you know what? I've watched a lot of his videos, and a lot of my differences are really big against his differences, and maybe that's why he's still sitting at home, fucking not making no money, and I'm making $250 a week or $250 a day, okay? And he's making 0 a day. So maybe, all these people, they're fucking running up here on YouTube. They're like, I can't make no money. 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 Motherfucker, maybe you need to figure out you and not us. Because you know what? Dad-Dash making money. Tommy's making money. Flex is making money. Negro's making money. Bobby's making money. Everybody in the YouTube community is making money but you. So when you hear this and you're complaining, I can't make no money, Dino, I'm pointing you out, motherfucker. Always complaining you can't make no money. Everybody around you is making money but you. Okay? Everybody in the circle, you're in the middle, Dino, or whoever else. Everybody around you is making money but you. Maybe the problem ain't fucking YouTube. The problem ain't fucking DoorDash. The problem ain't Uber Eats. Maybe the problem is you. You're the fucking problem. You need to figure it out. Y'all irritate and piss me off. It's like the fucking people that say fucking, I'm sorry guys, I'm fixing to go off right now, but I am. It's like the people say, okay, we're independent contractors. Okay. That's fine, Dandy. We work when we want to. We do what we want to. We go do our thing, go do this, that, the other. It's fine. Okay. Whatever. The problem I have with this is, okay, the people that come up and say, okay, you're independent contractors, right? Okay. But you're independent employees. Okay, well, how are we? Okay, yes and no. We are independent employees, I guess. I can deal with that. But you know what? The difference in independent employees and independent people that work for fucking, like the people work for McDonald's or Burger King or whatever. The difference between us and them is that if I wake up in the morning because my stream went to 10 a.m., you know what? I'm not going to get them to go to work in the morning. I'm going to lay in the bed. You know what happens? Nothing. You know what happens? If Dad stays up to 10 o'clock in the morning and he's got to be at Burger King at fucking 8 a.m., he don't show up. You know what happens? He gets a write-up. That's
you know what? You know what, Tommy? When I ask them if they can multi-app in California, right? Like, bro, that's the freedom of the gig apps. You can multi-app. If you work at the McDonald's, you're stuck there 8 hours. You cannot go in those 8 hours to fucking Wendy's and get paid from Wendy's too. So you're stuck. So that's the fucking difference.
Yeah, what I'm saying is they don't understand. Yeah, exactly, Necro. They don't understand
exactly
that. Okay, well, what I'm trying to explain to people,
you can take an Uber, a Spark, a Grubhub, and a DoorDash at the fucking same time. So
Necro,
I'm not
you know,
I'm not condoning this, but yeah, you can do it.
Yeah, okay, you don't understand me. Okay, you understand what I'm saying, brother. If I work for Wendy's, okay, and I'm supposed to be there at 10 a.m. in the morning.
Oh yeah, of course. They're gonna fire you, bro, if you're late and if you're doing stupid stuff.
And I call them. I'm like, dude, you know what? I was up all night.
Uh-huh.
You know, I'm really
Nobody's
not
gonna
be
understand you, man. Yeah.
Get there. Yeah, they're gonna give me a write up. Yeah. But you know what? When I work for myself, like we do, I can stay up all fucking night and talk to y'all if I want to. Because you know what's going to happen? My alarm's going to go off at 10 a.m. and I may or may not fucking hear it. But what's going to happen is that I'm going to get up. When I do wake up, I will go out and work when I wake up, and I will still make more money than that motherfucker at Wendy's that just got the fucking write up. Okay? And I have nobody to talk to.
Right.
And so many people don't understand where we're at. Nobody, it's like so many people don't understand where we're at. How much freedom. They're like, oh, you got freedom, but you're fucking addicted to the app. We may or may not be. That's fine. But you know what? You know what? You know how many people are addicted to their fucking job? I mean, it's a 50-50 thing.
That's a great point, Tommy. That really.
Yeah.
It's a 50-50 thing. The only difference between them working a W-2 and us being not a W-2 is the fact that we have the freedom to do whatever fuck we want to. And they can fucking argue that fact all they want to. I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, you can argue that fact all you want to, but the bottom line is that number one, I don't have to have a boss. Number two, I can do what the fuck I want to. Number three, I can work my schedule around my life. Okay? Number one, if you got W-2, you cannot fucking do anything I just said. Number two, you cannot do anything I just said. Number three, you cannot do anything I just said. You got to stop.
Yeah, man, I got you, man. I understand perfectly. You know what I don't understand, Tommy? Is what we should do. What's the next step? Like, nobody's doing nothing. Everybody's complaining, fucking crybaby like a fucking community, like it is. So listen, bro, like, we should make an app, right, for us. We should make an app for drivers. We should make, not work for them anymore. Because if you're gonna work for them and keep complaining, you prove fucking day one, right?
Exactly, Necro. Yes, exactly.
So fucking DoorDash takes 30% from the restaurant. You can create an app and get drivers on your side and get just 20% from the restaurant. You know what I mean? And give that 20% to the driver, plus the tip. Even if he doesn't get a tip, he's getting 20% of the order, right?
Well, the issue would come down to, Necro, though, is whoever creates that app is going to own it. And then we're in the same situation as DoorDash owning the app and the technology. So I think it's more or less getting, just going and creating an app eventually lands us right back where we were at. Remember, there was a time when DoorDash needed to attract drivers and they paid well. And then they just
I know that, but everything. All these deactivated drivers, they need to go somewhere. So right. you see the opportunity is there and nobody's doing it. I mean, there are other 3 apps or 4 apps, I know it, but none of those apps are paying actually what you're worth. So yeah, I think we should fucking make an app, bro. I mean, if we get like enough people together, to do the support and everything and to do the logistics, yeah, definitely. That's the way to go. Even if you don't make Tony Shoe money the first year, but on the long run, I think you're winning.
Yeah, we could do something like called Drivers for Justice.
No, man, you should put a good name, you know, an attractive name that the restaurant will buy it. Because
drivers for justice.
Drivers for justice.
And just attract people to it.
Why not the Pirates of the Caribbean? Come on, man.
We don't need shit like that. God
You gotta
damn.
come up with a better name.
No, Drivers for Justice.
No, and you gotta make a plan, bro. You gotta make everything. You gotta make it legit, man. I mean, the name you should think at the last. You know what I'm saying? You should make the fucking company to run great, because you will get the same problems like DoorDash and Uber Eats has, you know. And you already fucking know the problems what you're getting, so you're trying to make the app easy for the driver, you know.
Yeah, dude, like justicefordrivers.com. Justicefordrivers.com.
I mean, let's focus on the whole thing, not just the name.
When you do something like that, then you could get fucking DoorDash, Uber Eats, you get fucking truck drivers that are independent.
You can get everybody who is doing a job. Everybody who is not doing a job from their warehouse or from their office building, and they're working from home, they're like going to other people's houses and stuff like that. Yeah, we can do that. Everybody who is like independent, we can sign them up, whatever they're doing. If they're doing painting or renovation or remodeling or fucking flooring or roofing, you can hire those people. And the same thing, you can order food and everything else. You can even fucking hire guides in other countries, let's say. You know what I mean? Or guides in Florida to take you to the Everglades.
I kind of like that fucking justicefordrivers.com.
Yeah, you're fucking stuck on the name, bro. Fucking Tommy.
I kind of like that. Justicefordrivers.com.
Yeah, maybe we're going to call it JD. Justice for drivers.
Now, Necro, what do you think? Okay, what do you think the driver's share of that 30% should be? So, in other words, that's really where a lot.
To be honest, 20% I'll give to the drivers.
But I'm saying out of the 30%. So
yeah, we're making 10%, and the driver is making 20%. And when the drivers are gonna look at your company,
66% of the money goes to the driver, 33% goes to the company that's providing the technology, correct? That's what you're saying, basically? Like out of that.
Yeah.
And then plus the driver gets a tip or gratuity.
Yeah, so that's the tip is of the driver.
So what if we instead of us drivers having to deal with all the logistical framework, what if we just pushed and tried to go push for that and say, okay, listen, we need to be able to see what it is that the pay is that's going on behind the scenes, that these apps can't operate in darkness, and work with getting the regulatory framework in place that says, listen, these apps can't charge more than 40% of the money they collect. That is driver money. And that's the maximum they can collect, and that's a negotiated sum up to 40%. The driver gets a minimum of 60% of the fee. So if they go collect money from the restaurant, go collect money from the customer, say it's $20, driver gets 60%, the technology platform gets 40%, 40%, 35%, whatever breakdown you get. And then the customer then has a right at the very end of everything to leave a tip, and they can either leave it in the app, they can leave it beforehand, or they can leave it after, however they want to do it. But the tip is something.
Yeah, and we have to encourage the customer to tip. Right. You have to know, you have to tell them.
Just imagine though, Necro, if we were getting 60% of that money, we would have sustainable businesses that could operate. we would be able to afford to do the upkeep on our vehicles. We would be able to afford to have proper insurances. We would be able to have all those things.
You could probably be able to even buy cars and insurance and give them away to your drivers. Yeah.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So to me, like that's the focus.
Or you can give like electric bikes. You can give, you don't need to go with the cars, but you need to make money.
The one thing that's come clear here that we can say out of all of this is a market has developed, that there is demand for what we do. Now, the issue at hand, that's why I was trying to say when I was on Cherry's Live, the one that we're not talking about taking money from drivers or going down and saying let's pay driver, we have to redistribute the income that's already out there. We're talking about the fact that there's income that is currently being taken that should be there for the drivers to fight over, and the best drivers, the most reliable drivers, and the people that know their market the best, they should have the opportunity to be able to be going after those high dollar that extra money, but the platforms are keeping it. So the money's there. The money's there.
Yeah.
And that's my point. And what it's being used for now is to study how to replace the drivers with technology, AI technology. So what we really should be doing is saying, hey, we need to go after and say, listen, we as drivers need to speak on, like what I just asked you. What do you think? And you said exactly what I think. Like that's exactly what I believe is the division of money. And right now, it's lopsided. It's like at best 80-20, and most of the time probably 85-15, 90-10, 95-5, and that's in favor of technology platform getting 90, 95, 85, and the driver getting 5, 10, or 15. And that's way out of line, because the driver's the one with a lot of, they're the one keeping their vehicle up. They're the one taking all the risks. They're the one risking their life. And yes, the technology platform.
Of course, but those companies, they don't take that in calculation, But you as a new business, and where you're coming from and how you've been treated, you can change a lot of shit. And you know what to change, and you know what to make it easier for the driver to complete that stupid offer,
Yep. So, I think that, I think that's where we start. But I think that's the point.
I think that's the start, man. That's the start. The start to the Great Reset.
Yep. Is that what
this is the only way? Like, people are saying, okay, you can close the app, and that's how you strike, and this blah blah blah, bro. Like, nobody's gonna close the app at the same time in this fucking No, nothing is gonna change if you're gonna close the app or open the app, because you have to go probably at the start to charge the restaurant, less than everybody. So maybe you will get like priority to offers, then you'll get more offers, and then when you get the market, you can put the fucking price up. That's how everybody's fucking doing.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I also think the other
the thing is, you have to take care of your drivers, If you have good drivers and everything, the business is going good. But that's another thing, is the advertising. You need fucking loaded money to invest in marketing and advertising. So it's a lot of work.
Well, that's why I'm saying that we already have frameworks in place right now. See, what I'm trying to get at is you're talking about saying, well, let's restart at the bottom. Let's get a company and build it up. Well, we already have companies that have done that. We already have companies who have relationships. We already have companies who've sent out salesmen to the different restaurants and signed them up. They're collecting money on our behalf. They're acting as agents on our behalf. So now the game is to say, well, wait a minute, listen, DoorDash, either you go out of business completely, or we need to go confront the issue, which is you are taking an unfair share of the market. And we need to figure out a way to create fairness within that market by saying, wait a minute, just like it's like this, like it's no different than in the lending market, right? I think before there were usury laws in each state, okay, banks could charge interest exorbitantly, right? And one of the things Jeff Thomas Black was talking about was payday lenders, right? So certain states right now can charge certain amounts, but there's limits, and there's a federal law that was put into effect that said federally these are the limits you can have, and so on certain types of loans, and then each state has their own law on what it is, and the same thing needs to happen with this type of a situation. It's real simple. Delivery platforms are no different than, like, say, a bank charging customers fees for their services.
Exactly. It's not different.
So what we need to do is simply say, okay, listen, like we just said, we as drivers need to speak out and say, well, what we believe is fair is we shouldn't be charged any more than four. See, once you start talking about it in that framework of, instead of them paying us, they're charging us, and we need to talk about what you're charging a delivery driver who operates within the state of X. So with me, who operates within the state of West Virginia, no delivery driver will ever be charged by technology platform they're relying upon to run their business more than X. And in what we just talked about, more than 40% of the money's collected on behalf of the business by these technology platforms. Period. End of story. You can't charge a driver more than that. Anything more than that, that's considered to be unfair. That's considered to be whatever term you want to use. And that's the key right there. But as long as we continue to allow the apps to frame it as in they're paying us,
that's the
then
thing.
we lose.
That's the thing, bro. We are too busy working and we don't have time for nothing. And that's how those companies are going to win. Right. Because forming a business and a platform like that takes time, money, You're gonna invest.
Because all we need to do, okay, that's why I say we're not going to have the time to go do these things. You're right. What we need to do, though, is we need to make sure, in it state by state by state, of taking the time to reach out to whatever legislators, whatever people are dealing with this stuff, and saying, hey, listen, I'm a business owner in this area. I'm a business owner in your area, and this affects me. If whoever's in charge of these things, I guess it'll be United States Senator at this point, when we start to see these federal laws come into effect that are trying to regulate gig work. Those are the ones we want to have the conversation with and say, first of all, which I did. I had a conversation with Senator Manchin's office the other day, and we had a really good conversation for about an hour discussing these several different issues and going into trying to get them to understand that we can't be viewed as employees. We have to be viewed as businesses. And the apps are providing a service. And the main friction here is these apps are overcharging us for the services they're providing us. And by doing that, they're causing us to be impacted negatively for revenue. They're impacting our revenue negatively. They're causing us to be unable to be profitable, and they're essentially confiscating our profits and taking it away from us. And that's the real issue. So what we really need in West Virginia and beyond is we need to have a fair market. We don't need them to tell us the pricing. The government doesn't need to price things for us. We as business operators need to be able to do that by understanding what we need. But we also need to have some limits. We need to have a framework. Like you just said, we're working. We're not going to be able to do these things, but we need to have we already have about 95% of what we need. Now we just need the regulatory framework. We just to put things into effect so that now they say, okay, if these apps are going to operate, they can't charge more than this. And then here's the deal, right? Many people say, well, wait a minute, what if they were requesting, what if they want us to register? What if they want us to do this? What if they want us to do that? Well, if we start making the revenue we could make, if we got the pricing right, then it'll be worth it to do all that. If we were generating reasonable revenue, a large amount of revenue, then licensing and all these things, if we had to do any of it, any trainings, anything we had to hold, it would all be write-offable, first of all. And then second of all, if we're making enough on these deliveries, it's well worth it in our benefit. Right now, it would be like, no way, we can't afford it. But that's because the apps are just price gouging the shit out of us for their services.
I know, yeah.
You know, so to me, it's like it's like everybody wants to. You know, if you talk to the average driver, they're gonna be like, "Oh yeah, be careful what you." Yeah, but you're thinking of it as the poor driver. You're not thinking of it as the driver who's now in a fair market, who can demand fair value for their services, who can go out and say, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to go do shopping pays." I mean, just think about it, Necro and Tommy. Think about how much money, right, we're getting on shopping pays, which for me is always pays better than the base pay on a delivery. But that's still a small percentage of probably what they're collecting for that from the customer and from the supermarket who has a shopper that, you know, is coming in and doing this. And we're seeing a small little bit of it. So imagine what's being held back, what they're making, what the apps are getting.
Okay, are we gonna see the final destination, like how much we're being
well, see, we are supposed to. And what that's covered under, Necro, it's covered under what's called the due process clause. Every state constitution and the federal constitution has a due process clause. Okay. And the particular part of the due process clause that's dealing with it, it's called procedural due process, meaning we are entitled to see the procedure, or we are entitled to see the aspects that are part of a legally binding contract. And in order for two parties to enter into a legally binding contract, both parties have to have all information to be able to make a legally binding decision. So the biggest issue right now for DoorDash, Uber Eats, you fill in the blank, is the fact that right now, when they're not showing us the information, they're not showing us the destination, they're not showing us the address. You know, I mean, every app has their own little thing that they're not showing you. But the fact that information is being withheld is violating our due process rights as a business owner who's supposed to be entering into a contract, a legally binding contract with the technology platform and the customer and the restaurant. And we're having vital information that's being withheld. And one of the tests is, when that information is being withheld, is there damage done to the business or to the individual in the financial transaction?
Do you think we're gonna get compensated?
What's that? There is potential.
Do you think ever get compensated for whatever they're stealing from us?
There would be potential, okay, that if this got recognized and put in a proper framework, I do believe there are some active cases where this is being explored. The number one problem that comes into play here is you have to defeat the arbitration clause, because these things will end up in arbitration. But listen, I covered a story, wasn't there, the other night, right, where a Instacart driver went and got $28,000 from Instacart.
Okay. Oh yeah, I saw that. I thought it was clickbait. Yeah. Okay.
No, it's not. It's real. Okay, no, that's real. I covered the article. I went over and broke it down. That was 100% real. I know it sounds like clickbait, but the driver, the whole point of it was the driver activated his arbitration clause, got deactivated, went in, fought the company, and got $28,000 out of Instacart, because Instacart tried to use they tried to go and say X, Y, and Z. They went to arbitration, and they found that they were violating this, essentially, was violating this driver's due process.
So you're saying... So you're saying right now, if you're getting deactivated, you can sue them, and
you can't sue them. You can activate your arbitration clause. Mm-hmm. Yes. And Instacart attempted to use the rule that they were an at-will employee and that they can deactivate a driver for any reason whatsoever that they want. It does, and that effectively the terms of service doesn't matter. In other words, it's present, but it really doesn't matter because they can deactivate you anytime they want because the contract holds
Yeah, they
that.
don't need a reason. Yeah.
Right, and in this case, the reason they did this to this gentleman was because he was at Walmart checking out, and an extra item a previous customer had left, and he didn't pay attention, started scanning his items, and an extra item got left on the receipt. And I guess the AI algorithm detected it and then deactivated it.
Oh yeah.
And then he basically went and took it to arbitration. Yeah, and he took it to arbitration because technically speaking, it was a mistake, so it shouldn't have necessarily. It wasn't his fault. But Instacart tried to take the claim to say, well, okay, fine, you find it wasn't his fault, but we can separate from a driver for any reason we want. And the arbiter, the person that was hearing the case said, slow down, Instacart, that's not true. You can't, because you gave up that right when you introduced the terms of service. So you're bound now by the terms of service. In other words, you can't have a terms of service and say you're at will. Because if you have the terms of service, you have to abide by them. So you can either, so basically what this arbitration person found, and again, unfortunately, arbitration is a little bit different than, say, like a judge making a finding. But what the arbitration person found was that, listen, if you want to take the position that you can deactivate a driver for any reason at any time without cause, and the driver can obviously separate from you for the same type of thing. But if you want that, then you have to get rid of your terms of service. You can't stipulate how the driver does their business or anything like that. You know, then yeah, at any point you could just stop, get a complaint, but you can't. But technically speaking, they're saying that it was a waiver of that because they introduced terms of service. So now Instacart was bound by that, and that's why the gentleman they found in favor of the driver. The driver, it didn't say whether he was reinstated or not. I would assume he had to have been because they found that he wasn't deactivated correctly. But they found that they took his average pay for the period of time between when he got deactivated up until the day the arbiter found in his favor. And it turned out to be $28,000, and
how many
they awarded
trips
that.
He has?
What's that?
How many trips he has?
Yeah, they didn't get into how many trips he had, but apparently this was a guy who was paying his mortgage, and had been doing it for, I believe I think the article said he'd been doing Instacart for 5 years, full time, along with a couple of other apps. But his big heavy hitter was Instacart. So it was a big part of his earnings and income. He was doing it, I guess, 12, 13 hours a day.
Now, how much do you think they give him back from the whole amount?
Well, the amount he got was $28,000.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, that was the amount. So it sounds to me like that represented, according to the article, that represented 15 months worth of pay. So if you take 15 months and divide it by 2,800, but apparently he said he was working other apps. So, but Instacart was a big player for him, and they obviously took averages and stuff like that. So I'm sure some months are bigger than others. But the point of the matter is, the big thing to know is they found, and this doesn't just stick with Instacart. This is something that the reason why I brought this out to the driver community is because if you get deactivated, then your next move should be to ask for the arbitration clause to be enacted, to which the company pays for a third-party arbitration company to come in and hear the case. And then you need to go find this video, which has the article in it, and try to get all the information you can about it, because what that arbitration proceeding found was that the app is essentially required to have a reason for deactivation. that has to do with the terms of service, because they waive their right to just say, no, we've deactivated you. Just, we're enacting our right to deactivate you at any time. They don't have that right anymore if they're including a terms of service, which every app is going to. So that means that in the arbitration proceedings, they are going to have to disclose the reason, and they're going to have to give you the opportunity to show that that reason that they deactivated you was actually your fault. And if it isn't, you too would have a claim against the company. So I think that it obviously, by being willing to do the arbitration, it provides you with an opportunity to potentially maybe force them to reactivate you if they want to avoid that, if they're not on sound ground, and avoid the arbiter from coming in and having a finding like Instacart did, where they ended up having to pay out. Not only, I think, did they reinstate the guy, but they had to pay him $28,000.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
Yeah. So to me, like I said, that's why I said, like, this is the fertile ground of attack is these TOS these contracts they're having to sign. And the main problem is they're not.
Yeah, because that's your work contract, like.
Yep. Yeah. They want us to sign them, but they don't want us. But they don't want to follow them. They don't want to treat us like that. They want to treat us like we're their employee. So we have to decide now. The main problem that the drivers are doing is a lot of these drivers are taking the approach like, well, you're treating us like an employee, so we want to become an employee. Well, I know I sure as hell don't. I don't think you do. I want the freedom to come and go. All I want them to do is enforce the contract as it's supposed to be. Show me all the figures. Show me all the facts, and let's get some fairness in here and really, have a fair idea here to think.
Yeah, that's transparency.
Should a technology company be charging and taking more than 90% of a transaction? No, that's crazy. And look, they can charge. They're charging their maintenance fees. That's not entitled to go to the driver. They do that on. I mean, if you've ever been a customer of these apps, you'll see it in there. There's a maintenance fee. There's a maintenance fee being charged to the merchant, but then there's also the delivery fees. And the delivery fees are supposed to be going to the driver, and some of it does, but a very small amount does. And I understand, yes, these apps are going to say, well, if we have to ask too much from the customer, well, nobody's going to want to use the service. Well, guess what? If we're not asking any pay from the, if we're going to only have the driver as it stands right now, the driver's pretty much working on tips. So if a driver says, yeah, you're right, don't ask the customer to pay more in fees that are guaranteed to go to their driver, just let them tip. What are you talking about? Yeah, go ahead, let your pay become optional. And then these orders get done with no tips, and the driver's getting paid $0 or $1 or $1.50 or $1.75. And the apps are like, well, until you take $1.75 and take a loss, we're not going to show you any of these high tip orders. I mean, that's extortion.
You know what's funny?
That's extortion. That's extortion.
You know what I gotta say about this? I'm testing like Earn by Time, right?
Right.
And like they don't send me any shopping offers, but when I'm on Earn by Offer, they always send me like a lot of them.
Mm-hmm.
It's different. It's convenient for them to pay you fucking $2.75 per offer or whatever is the base pay for that shopping pay, instead of paying you hourly. Do the shopping pay, get all the tips, and get the whatever how fast you moved in the store.
Yep. Well, see that's why they say it right there in the paperwork. The high tip offers, which are going to be shopping pays and stuff like that, are going to stay on Earn by Time, and then you're going to get not Earn by Time, Earn by Offer, and Earn by Timers are going to be working the fast food circuit, the low tip, the long waits. You're going to be at Papa John's waiting on pizzas. You're going to get the orders that are going to be low paying. and $2, $3, $4 tips. Now, it's not to say you can't get a $10 or $15 tip in there, but
no, but you're averaging like 7, 8, whatever per order. So
they're gonna have they have full control over what you're gonna make, and you're gonna make the average they want you to make during the time you're working, based on the amount of drivers that are out, based on demand. I mean, you're giving up full
it's
control.
funny because they will send you LOPs, even if you earn by time and bullshit like that.
That is true. Now, how are the tips on yours? I've only gotten 2 of them.
They know, bro. They know every fucking move. They know, they know like how much profit I'm gonna make it if I'm gonna send it like this to this guy and stuff like that.
How has the large order program tips been for you on Earn by Time? Because I know I did 2 of them. One of them wasn't great. The other one was for like a company, and I made like $45 on it. But I could have made more because the base pay was a little less than I think it would have been. I think I would have probably got $12 base pay on it. I think I ended up getting $8 plus the $3 setup.
I got, I think, 2 of them like recently, because I'm not doing all the time Earn by Time. So, but I got recently was like a fucking Jersey Mike for like $22.
Okay.
And another like 40 something.
No, Necro, I want you to think about something.
I got on Earn by Offer a fucking Chipotle like a few days ago for like 75.
Okay. Well, I want you to think about something now. Okay. Think about those large order program orders, right? And think about the fact that DoorDash is charging the restaurant a percentage of those tickets.
Yeah.
I want you to look at the base pay. Think about the ones where you get a $30 tip and maybe a $2 or $3 base pay.
Yeah,
think about
whatever. It's
think
a lot
about how much. Think about how much DoorDash is keeping and how much they're making on those. When you have a $200 ticket and they're making 30% of $200, and then it looks good on our end, but imagine how much better it would look if we had the division of 60%. I know
that's why I'm saying to fucking create an app, because
but we don't even have to create an app. We just need to create the regulatory framework that these apps have to operate.
Yeah, we need to. I guess we're gonna get regulated soon. That's
right, but we need to. But see, this is what I'm saying. Right now, we have the wrong voices out there.
Because it's gonna happen, because the government already seeing we are paying taxes and how much we're paying taxes, and if they regulate those guys, they're gonna see, those guys are gonna pay more taxes because they're gonna do more money.
Well, Necro, how long do you think it's going to be before when they start to dive into this and they realize the tax money that's being missed out by these states?
It's gonna come like in crypto. Like in crypto came after like 8 years or something like that. So it's soon enough, I think so.
It's gonna be terrible, because they're gonna come in and say, well, you're working in state A.
It's gonna tax you.
You're gonna have 6 different. If you work in different states, you're gonna have 3 different taxes coming in, or responsibilities. It's going to be a mess. It's going to be a nightmare. It's like the guys who are professional athletes and they have to play in all the different cities they play in, and then they got to have tax documents for each city they play in and collect money in. Right now, we skirt that. You just pay taxes for the state you live in. That's all they care about, because the states are none the wiser right now. But eventually, everybody's going to open up to this. And that's because the drivers are sitting out here complaining on TikTok, complaining on social media, I don't get paid enough. And the reality of the situation is really, like I said, we need just to say what we should be saying is hey, we don't need you to do some special shit. Don't look too deep into it. But what we do need is we have contracts right now that are we have what we're going to call 22nd century contracts. These are virtual contracts being done on a phone, and we need a framework for it, and we need to understand, and we need to have limits put to how this works, and we need to make sure that the delivery driver has rights, or whatever you want to call gig driver has rights to say, listen, you can't charge a gig driver more than X amount percentage, which in our case is 40, we're saying 40%, but that could be open for negotiation. And that's it. That's as simple as we need. We take care of the rest. Like, we don't need them to come tell us our business, how we run our businesses. But what we do need is we need the revenue to properly run our businesses, properly grow our businesses, and to make sure that we have the best people in the markets working. And that will happen by allowing and saying, okay, we need to open up. Because right now, you're not going to go in like that. That's the whole illogical thing where they're like, well, gig apps are going to have to go to the customer and ask for more. You're not going to get more, right? These food delivery apps, there's a ceiling before the customer's off their couch and picking it up. If you're just doing food delivery. So these apps, they know there's one solution. It's either convince the driver to work for virtually free, keep the governmental eyes and public eyes at bay, or B, they're going to have to give up a bigger portion of the profits, which is going to then get in the way of their research and development that they're trying to use the data for that they're collecting on everybody. Because their goal, I do believe their goal in the end is that when the drivers wake up, when maybe drivers like you've been talking about, hey, we decide we create an app for ourselves, and they say, that's fine, human drivers, go do what you need to do over here. And then they've now developed the self-driving car, the self-driving Elmo bot, the self-driving drone that will now be competing and can do it and can essentially destroy the costs of, do it at a much cheaper cost than what humans would have to be paid at. And that's the race, stopping them from being able to advance that technology. And again, these companies are not going to introduce it. Like, they're not just going to say, we're just going to replace the driver. They're going to let the consumer decide to replace the driver, because they're going to have a proposition and say, listen, you don't have to tip a bot. You don't have to tip a robotic car. You don't, the fees are less. And who do you want to do it?
That's going to happen. They're going to have to choose between a bicycle, a robot, a car, a drone.
And people, they already know. They already have the data. People have already done it.
It's like Uber.
Walmart is that
example. You can choose from locks to whatever, right?
Yeah, but they already know. See, Necro, they already know, because the Walmart experiment told them that the consumer will choose cheaper every day.
Of course.
So,
great value.
We had no problem taking cheaper goods and putting our American friends out, our fellow Americans out of jobs.
The people
for the
just
Chinese
want
goods.
Food. Like, cheap as possible, everybody.
Well, and that's the day. That's why if we want to preserve the market that exists right now, where people are like, wow, this is really cool. We have AI technology that we can take human beings and allow them to use AI technology to facilitate deliveries and facilitate conveniences that we never thought we could have, right? We have that opportunity right now. What we have to prevent, though, is because the second prong to this is we need to get the contracts right, but then we also need to get recognition that we have rights to our own data. So these apps are stealing something else from us. They're stealing our data, because not only are we giving them a lion's share of our revenue, we're also giving them our data, to which they're then using against us. And instead of us being paid for that, like would be normal, like if there was a data analytics company that was going out here trying to build an AI algorithm, they would have to create a lab environment to which they would bring human beings in, and they would collect this data from them, and they would pay them for that experiment. Well, guess what? They circumvented that. Now they just get you to download their app onto your phone. They tell you that they're going to provide you with work opportunities, and then they give you a 42-page small print TOS, and buried deep in the TOS it says, we have rights to all the data we collect on you while you're using your app, while your app is on your phone. We have your motion, your movements, your clicks, whatever you're doing when that app is on, we have the rights to. And they're collecting that, and they're collecting whatever data points they need so that they can learn how humans are interacting, and they're taking it. Because obviously for an AI algorithm to become, well, as you saw with this chatbot stuff, it takes trillions of data points to get it right. And that's what they're in the process of collecting for free from every delivery driver. So it's like, not only are they exploiting us for our revenue, overcharging us, but they're not even paying us for our own data. And the question is, that's also who owns the property of our own information. And since we are, and since it's, well, some would say, well, it's your right to read the TOS, and I guess I've read it and I signed it anyways because you want to work. But
of course, man, like most of the people don't read the TOS, and
they don't.
You can actually switch the data on and off on your phone.
Oh, you mean the data collection?
Yeah.
And you're not talking about cellular data. You're talking about the data collection of data sharing with the app. You can turn that on and off.
Yeah.
Where do you turn that off at?
I don't know. I think Pedro showed it in one of his videos. I forgot.
I'll have to look and see, because that's something that I think absolutely should be something that the apps should be. I thought it was contingent upon, like, if you didn't share your data, I didn't think you could use the app. Because it struck me that when I would go in and when I had tried to turn off data sharing, it came back on and said, like, you've got to share this data in order for the app to work. Could be wrong, though. I mean, let's see here. Account information. Oh, manage account. That's it, right?
Yeah, I think it's here, but it's not loading nothing for me. It's account data, like under profile. Are you on Android or on?
I'm on Android. Yeah, so you're saying it's under account.
I was looking on my iPhone. Let me see.
You're on your iPhone. Okay, gotcha.
Details, maybe.
Of course, I know Android's a little different.
Yeah, the menu sucks on Android.
Oh, yeah. Well, I have iPhone as well, so I could go on my iPhone, but I primarily use my Android, so that's why I was like,
No, it's not the location sharing. Not that bullshit.
I think I would. Let me go into the app info here.
Manage account, maybe.
I guess it would be maybe denying them physical activity. Like, I think it would just be maybe the permissions that I could deny some of them. I think the location is probably the one that you definitely gotta have. But it looks like I'm giving it like physical activity, photos, phone notifications, music and audio. I mean, a lot of stuff.
I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm looking at it here.
You found it?
Well, I think I found on the Android. I gotta grab my iPhone here. Hold on a second. But on Android, I think it's the permissions that you give it. iPhone here. I think it logged in.
See, they're saying here, we share this type of data to provide you with personalized ads and to measure their effectiveness on a third-party app.
Oh, okay. I have that turned off on my Android. Yeah. The ad part, yes. So that must be, see, I think, well, I think that's with third-party ads, but I think what I'm talking about is the data is, like the analytical data of what we're doing with the app, where we're driving. All of that's being taken into account.
Yeah, that's stored somewhere.
Yep. And that's all being used against us in a sense. Not really against us as much as being used to help future systems that are going to try to replicate what we're doing, to say, okay, how does a human interact? How does a human deal with these things? And then being able to hone in and perfect that process. But I mean, the bottom line is, like I said, is that I think the information that they're using, I mean, again, it comes down to this, right? If we're a business and they're a technology platform, who should own the data? Is it the property of us, the business, or is it the property of the technology platform? And since DoorDash holds out that they don't own anything,
it's a part of them, yeah.
Well, no, though. But see, DoorDash says they don't own anything.
You can keep track of your data. You know what I mean?
Well, no, but the question though becomes the data, since they're technically keeping track of the data for us on behalf of our business, but then they retain ownership of that data, or they take the data and use it outside of that contract, which of course the TOS allows for them to do because we agree to let them do that. So
they're allowed to do anything they want, bro.
Well, because we sign away that, but that's the point, is that they should be making clear these things, and they shouldn't be presenting the TOS moments before you're going live on the app and saying, wait a minute, before you can dash right now, it should be a situation where it should be like, okay, new TOS comes out. You've got 2 weeks to review it.
On Uber Eats, they send you this bullshit. Whatever it's moving in your state and shit like that, they will make you sign.
Yep.
You know what I mean? New amendment, new stupid laws. Yeah. Are you gonna agree with the new changes in terms of service? Yeah. You wanna use the app? Of course you're gonna fucking agree with those things.
That's the point, though, Necro, is that them doing it that way, okay, is potentially could be viewed as duress, meaning they're having you sign a contract under duress. And the duress would derive from the fact that you're financially looking to go make money. They've chosen to put it at a time that you need to get out on the road. You're looking to go out, and they're cutting into your money-making time. They're withholding your ability to go in and use the app. They're not giving you adequate time to review a very lengthy, very hard to understand legal document. And they're saying you have to do this now.
Yeah, why do you think it's that? Why do you think it's like a minute to accept the offer?
Well, yeah, but see, Necro, that's the key part right there that breaks apart. That's the challenge part. That's the part that can be challenged. That makes the entire contract and the entirety of the contract, which again potentially opens up the possibility that if a judge or someone or a jury or somebody takes that issue and says, wait a minute, I signed this contract. So this is where you would break apart, say, the arbitration clause, right? That says you're bound into arbitration for any issues, and then that you can't enter a class action, because there is wording and language that says you can't enter a class, you can never be part of a class action lawsuit if you sign the agreement. However, if you can prove that that was signed under duress, that was not signed, that the way they presented the contract was not presented in a way that a reasonable person could ever have made themselves aware of all the different pertinent facts in that contract, and they did it in a way that essentially said, okay, yeah, you click through it because you're like, well, how the hell am I going to read a 22-page small print contract in my car when all I want to do is get in my app? And they made it contingent. See, it's not like you could go dash and then go back and look at it. They said, you can't dash, you can't access the app until you read this and accept it. So what's the driver do? They hit accept. That's the main legal challenge point. And I do believe there is there is active legislation out there that's attacking that very process right there. But that's the key component, because once you break apart the arbitration agreement, once you break apart the fact that they claim you can't be part of it, they have you sign away your rights to ever be part of a class action lawsuit. Once they break that layer away, now you can start to get into the nuts and bolts of saying, okay, wait a minute. Now every contract that was done going forward is now potentially no longer a legally binding contract. And then on top of that, now you look into it and you go, okay, so let's really get down into the nuts and bolts of what they're saying here and what they were holding us to and the structure of the relationship. And what was it that the driver agreed to? Because the whole foundation principle that comes down to when they try to defend themselves and defend the way the arrangement is, they say the driver agrees to it. Well, what if they never got that driver's agreement? Now, every contract that driver agreed to is now subject to legal review and would now be subject to, potentially, if it was found to not be fair to the driver, if it was found to be in violation of state due process clause and laws, now you have an issue right here that could potentially get drivers paid damages and be owed damages, and it could potentially, in a sense, be the end of these apps because they would be on the hook for a lot of money, and it would cause them to have to restructure. Now, most likely, again, it'd be a hard road to get down to a point where you would get all this done, but potentially that's where you could get these apps to settle, and you could potentially work on getting some sort of a framework in every single state. I guess it would have to go state by state. I mean, I don't think they're going to do any type of national framework because it never works that way. But I think each state needs to set a limit, and that's what needs to happen. And they need to set standards on, what's fair for the driver. I mean, do you really think 45 seconds is enough time when you're driving down a hallway or a highway? No.
There should be what the government is going to try to do. The government is going to try to take our cut,
Well, I don't even think the government right now would even understand to take our cut. I think what the government wants to do right now is the government is going to try to make them pay us an hourly wage, something akin to an hourly wage. Because right now, I think what the government's struggling with is like, how do we define the amount? Because I think what the government wants is a definable amount so they can tax it, which is akin to what you're saying. Yes, they're going to get more money sent to the driver and they're going to tax the shit out of it. So then we may end up in the same boat as it is, unless we get a good accountant. But the point of the matter is I don't think the government right now, I think the government's very confused by what they're dealing with. So I think what they're trying to do is figure out, okay, how can we get a definable amount of money that these drivers are going to make, which then allows them to then put it in their modeling and say, well, okay, if we have a delivery driver making on average $18 an hour, or extrapolated out by 40 hours, by so many drivers, by so many weeks and so many months and over a year, wow, look at this taxable revenue that we have right now that we could be getting our hands into. So I think, yes, I think right now the government, because the government doesn't even understand what they're dealing with. Now, the question will be, is if the government is successful in starting to push these things like earn by time, which again, right now, I think the worst case scenario we're going to see, and it's probably what's going to actually happen, is I believe you're going to see the apps transfer into a earn by time situation, which is going to let the apps be able to say they're paying a guaranteed minimum to the driver. It's going to still let the apps then will have more control than ever. And I think the apps are going to potentially end up getting some sort of provision that says that while you're on that earn by time status, that you won't be able to work for other apps. That's what I think is going to happen. And then they're going to say, and the government's going to be like, oh, it's a victory for the drivers because now you can log in and schedule. And then I think what's going to happen is you're going to see like it is right now where earn by order, instead of it being the place for high tips, it's going to be like the Exodus place where it's going to say, yeah, we're not going to deactivate you, but if you decline so many orders, you have to go into earn by order. And that's going to be a deprioritized zone where you'll be able to get some orders, but you're not going to be able to get a bunch of orders because the majority of the orders are going to be in this earn by time feature because that's where we need them to be. But after so much time, you can get started again, like the way DoorDash is doing it. You got to wait, an hour to come back on earn by time after you decline 1 or 2 orders. Yeah. So I think that's where we're heading towards right now. If the apps have their way, it's going to be horrific, in my opinion, because we are going to lose all control over our businesses. It ain't going to be a business like you're experiencing with earn by time right now. Whereas they're just, what strategy do you really have when you can turn down 1 order an hour? You know what I mean? The only thing you're going to have is something like the glitch, which I don't even think it works on earn by time. And that
I'm saying to be something like Roadie, you can see all the offers on your map on Roadie.
Well, see, that's how the market should operate. Technically, in a true independent contractor market, we should be able to, like Roadie, Instacart. There's a queue of offers.
What they're trying to do is trying to make the circle smaller and smaller. Like, you know what I mean? From when they're gonna send you offer from the store, if you're not close enough or you're not in the range or whatever, they're trying to minimize their map. They're trying to make drivers to stick to whatever zone and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like Uber Eats, bro. Like when they started, the map was like, all the fucking map pretty much. And they keep going down and down, make the circle smaller and smaller. So, your radius, like how far you can pick up shit. And now there's so many people that it's like you're basically getting a little bit of orders, that you used to see at least.
Well, because Uber Eats, like I noticed on the map, they have the little heat spots, and it'll be kind of like a little radius. And I'm guessing what on Uber Eats they're saying, like if you go park within that near that restaurant, they're gonna prioritize you to get orders. Whereas if you're outside of that little zone, you're not going to be prioritized to get orders. Is that pretty much how Uber Eats runs it?
Yeah.
Yeah, much like Instacart's doing right now. Yeah,
that's the crazy. It's, I don't know, like Uber Eats got the trip radar. Like it's a lot of bullshit, man.
Yeah.
I think that thing is gonna pop up in your phone, and you're not getting more offers. You have to close that like real fast. You know what I mean? If it's not a good offer or whatever. So if you keep that fucking trip radar on your phone, you're stuck. Your phone is not getting nothing. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, they know what they're doing, bro. Telling you, this whole plan with the Uber came, you know, like they destroyed the fucking cab drivers, they destroyed the delivery drivers now, and they will keep going if we allow it.
Oh, absolutely, they will. You're 100% right.
And they will do whatever I just said, you know, painters, fucking babysitting, anything, plumbers.
Man, we got in the mail a offer for my wife, who's a nurse, for her to do gig work as a nurse. Like, in other words, gig nursing, where they're offering to pay anywhere from $35 an hour up to $150 an hour. And so, you know, which again,
somebody else is doing it already.
Yep. And she got 2 mailers from 2 different companies wanting her to sign up. Put on, you know,
but that's the problem. Like, if you think pretty much everything is the same, even if you're a food delivery, even if you're a package delivery, even if you're a medical courier or whatever, or it's pretty much the same thing, you know. You are freely the whole day, and you can go anywhere and just do the work.
Yep.
You basically don't have to be somewhere stuck into a facility and work or whatever, or office and stuff like that. So yeah, I think you can do an app and have everything, you know. I think those apps are going that way. They're trying to put everything together, even with the DashMart. They have like a store, whatever, you just pick up the food. So they're winning a lot on those too. So
well, yeah, and I think one of DoorDash's goal is to, they have said their goal is to deliver everything and create and have a interest in all work, all labor relationships across the country.
They're already doing auto parts and like shit like that.
But see, Necro, here's the thing I think we have to recognize, though, right? I think we have to recognize that we're dealing with labor laws that are 100 years old, that have no AI involved, that have no computer involvement, right? So what we're really dealing with, in my opinion, is the 21st century labor, right? And it's something we have to deal with. Now, one of the goals of labor is to work less, right? Work less, have more control over your day, which the current 40-hour work week creates a lot of friction about that. But there's also a lot of things that guarantees us. It guarantees you a limit of 40 hours. It guarantees you supposedly that you're going to get benefits and you're going to get protections and you get all these things. So I think what this really offers the opportunity to do is to figure out, okay, the gig work represents basically taking that that idea of work and saying, no, now you can target work for, like you were saying, the freedom to work less, the freedom to work wherever you want, the freedom to untether work from one workplace and say, let's move the workers around where they need. Doesn't mean that you don't, you know, and it allows businesses to fulfill needs, so that if a business A doesn't have a need today, you can have, but you have a labor, you know, someone who needs to work. Well, they're not going to be working for business A today. They can go over and work for business B. But it's figuring out how to do this and still keep in effect all of the things that are in effect in the current traditional 40-hour labor relationship that exists in W-2 work, and merging that in with now, hey, we've got AI, which should allow the worker to essentially have ownership over their labor. I mean, that to me is what the gig economy represents. is the unique opportunity to say, instead of us being employees, we can move forward into the 21st century, 22nd century, and say, we're no longer employees. We are owners of our own labor, and we are able to use the technology of AI, the technology that exists out here, to be able to market our own labor. Like, that's the thing that we lack. Like 100 years ago, a worker had no ability to market their labor. We now have the ability to do that. We have a smartphone in our hand. We have computers. We can go on and say, hey, I'm good at X. I'm good at delivering food. I'm good. Like, that's what this represents. But we got to get it right. Because to me, this is like the future. Just like you said, and there's going to be opportunities, drivers to put apps together. But what it really comes down to right now is that as comes with any technology that you can use to make money. DoorDash and Tony Xu, these guys got a hold of this, came up with an idea, just like Grubhub and Uber and all these guys had this idea, and they think, well, we got here first, so we're going to try to exploit the workers instead of put it to good use. So now we got to say, okay, this AI technology that these apps are using, we have to look at it and say, wait a minute, you know what? Who owns this, right? Or who should be regulating this? Should private business regulate this technology and how it works and how it applies to the workforce? Or should this be regulated by the people? Who are the people? Well, if the government's doing what it's supposed to be doing, it should be the people, government, right? So it should say, we set the framework to which this can operate in a fair way. And if it's marketed correctly, if it's done correctly, if it's done fairly, it allows for us to effectively be in a position to market our own labor, to be owners of our own labor, which is why we say, like they say, you don't own a business. You're right, we don't. The traditional employee doesn't own a business. But for the first time ever, the gig world, the gig work says, guess what? You are an owner of your own labor. You get to wake up in the morning, turn on a smartphone, and go sell yourself to the highest bidder. Guys like Jeff Thomas Black says that's app slavery. Guys like us who are making money in it says, no, that's an opportunity. That's an opportunity to figure out how to get the best money we can. And that's exactly what I try to preach to everybody. What is order value about? It's about selling yourself to the highest bidder for the most money for your time. That's what this is about. And right now it's difficult to do that as a gig worker or as a gig business operator, because we don't have any regulatory framework to help it make it fair. We don't have anybody in our corner. We don't have anybody even understanding what this really means, but us who are doing it every day. So the apps can take advantage of us. So what happens? What's the point? Got people out there to say, oh, coming together, talking to other gig people. Well, listen, right now, we do compete with each other, but we also have to rely on each other to say, wait a minute, let's get this right. Let's create the market, because we are the cowboys in the wild, wild west. We're the first explorers of the new frontier. So we have the opportunity to either get eaten up by that, destroyed, or we can take ownership. And like you talked about, I mean, getting an app together, creating our own apps. Whatever,
I think that's the only way. I think that's the only way to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're gonna speak with them and wait for them to fix shit, nah.
Well, the bottom line is that if let's say an app was created, right? What do we need the app? What do we need to be able to have in place if that occurs? The framework to operate. And in order for us to compete, I mean, that's a way to do it. Get delivery drivers, which actually, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Rove app, which is like it's not an app on the App Store or anything like that. I'm part of it, but I've never really done much with it because it's not really active in my area. Although I got some emails.
Rover? What's the name?
No, not Rover. It's Rove, ROVE. And I participated in a podcast about 2 years ago for Drivers to Driver podcast. And two of the guys, they were from up north, were in the podcast, and they had told me about it, and I went ahead and signed up for it. It wasn't active in my area, but it was in the Massachusetts, like New York area. And I just like probably 2 months ago got an email that said, "Hey, we're going to be opening up the platform." And I haven't really done much with it, but basically what they were wanting you to do was to go around and like places you're delivering for, places you're on the DoorDash app for, they would send you cards and send you brochures and send you information. So you could go to your merchants and say, "Hey, listen, not sure, if you'd be interested, but since you're delivering with DoorDash and Grubhub and Uber Eats, I've got a service that can beat all of those." It's called Rove. It's run by gig drivers, and basically what they're trying to do is like create like areas where like the drivers run the zone. So you sign up delivery places, and they're passing on the driver. Essentially, it's everything we've talked about in the way they're doing it in terms of the driver keeps their commission. They get a little bit.
You gotta start the app. You gotta have a good app, and when your app is ready, you just go into the big cities because you will find drivers. You will find like content creators that will do content for you. So you don't need to do a lot.
Isn't that sort of what the Para app is doing right now? I mean, isn't that pretty much kind of what they're trying to do, at least with all the Para?
I don't know. I'm not part of none of those apps. I'm representing Necro,
No, I know, but I'm saying, isn't that like sort of what their whole premise is? I think in a sense, because I know they're like, but I mean, I know they've had some bumps and starts, and
they're trying to do a lot of stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, because I know they started out with the whole tip transparency, and now I know they're into. I think in my area, they're with a pharmaceutical or a pharmacy company. That's the only routes right now that I believe they have in my area. It's out of Hagerstown.
They're doing some catering offers, but that's the thing, man. You can already speak with EasyCater and get the caterings from them, so you can already start the business.
So you're saying I could call EasyCater and say, "Hey, EasyCater,
if you're a business and if you are a logistic company like Deliver That Deliver, you can make a business like that. Yeah, you can call EasyCater, hey, man. Okay. Yeah, and probably it's like a website, where you go and you're gonna see a bunch of them and you're gonna pick some, whatever. You think it's worth it for you, and you have drivers in the area. I think this is how it's done. I'm not sure, but
I think it's some derivative of that, because then you obviously you're going to get paid the full fee, and then you pass on to your driver what you want to pay them.
I think it's like a bidding, maybe a bidding website, where all the companies are bidding for this order, because I guess they're paying EasyCater a cut. So I think this is how EasyCater making money, because they don't have drivers. They're the biggest pretty much company for catering. Tommy, you still here?